Hey, Tyler, are you there?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, so we were talking about this wall as to, constructing this in terms of the drawing. This is all I got out of the drawing was just, not even this much. It was just those edges. That just outlined the wall. But here's the detail of the wall. So you don't know whether what you see on the drawing is the top of the wall or the bottom of the wall. You would have to, go and figure out. And the only references you're given, you got some top wall and bottom wall elevations. And that's it. Just 3 little spots there. So, there's a considerable amount of interpretation that you have to do on some of this stuff on occasion. Because what I'm showing right here is I took that original line, called it the foot, and I laid back those vertical edges a little bit and created this top of the wall. So that it would be normally from here straight up and just slightly in. But
Okay.
in reality, that wall would be, this is the foot, this top, would be sitting back in here somewhere, leaning way back. But we don't have any way of knowing that. And I don't know do you guys do any of that of the wall work at all?
No, it's just concrete. I mean, sometimes we'll do like retaining walls and stuff, but not too often. It's mostly just flat concrete.
Okay, yeah. So this would be now. I would imagine since you're a concrete company, you'd probably do like a cast in place wall system, reinforced concrete. This is that little geogrid kind of stacked stone kind of thing. So, but anyway, that's what all went into this for this particular project, all these things that we've been talking about now. So, I'm going to erase by layer, and I'm going to get one of these. One of these points down here. That one is my V node temp. Yeah, so those were. Okay, so spots freeze. That's where we go. Yeah, so that's back where we had just these spots out here that we used. Those other points that I had created used to set the pavement. Now, we've got areas here, like this hatched area. That's my topsoil replacement areas, leaving this area here between there and there as my sidewalk. So my concrete sidewalk comes up my little handicap ramp. I got little concrete curbs, and so this is all part of that. Well, it's also the topsoil replacement. Let me see if I can find that layer. Yeah, concrete proposed for the sidewalk. So, so we just have to go through and identify those areas, and we draw polylines around them, and then we name them accordingly. So we would do something like this. Let's see if this was my proposed grading, for instance. Then I drew that shrink wrap boundary again. It goes all the way around those edges of that set of contours where they tie into the original ground, and then comes all the way around and wraps all this back up. And because I'm grading in here, and that's just seeded grass slopes, not inside of the hardscape area here. It's just all of this grass area that's, let's put that back Yeah, this stuff. So that area there, if I bring it out over here, you can see that's a hatch. Okay, so that goes
Uh-huh.
up into all these areas, and these are areas where I'm going to be replacing topsoil because that's going to be my finished surface. Likewise, on the existing conditions, I don't know that I had it defined there. I did not. Let's take colors. Okay, but anyway, what I would have done also in the excuse me, in the areas of my topsoil stripping, I knew this outside boundary, that's my limits of disturbance. And I would look within that and take a look at the those existing building footprints and that existing parking lot that you see here and here. Then I would take a comparison between those and take it out of this overall disturbed area. I say, well, those areas that are going to be built on, that's my areas of topsoil stripping. And so all we do with any of this stuff, I'm going to take that back out, is that we go to our takeoff menu and then we put in some definitions of how deep we want to make it. And then we draw the polylines, and then we identify those polylines, they become closed polylines. So, so what we'll do next then is, like I said, instead of going through all the exercises of building that three-dimensional stuff, because that's really more of a practiced skill, we will take a look at some of those lines that are created, and we'll put this all together into a single file and show you how all that stuff worked in the computations. We'll take a look at those outlined areas, and then how the reports are generated, how those depths are generated, and take a look at some evaluation tools. Okay.
Sounds good.
So let me see what would be best. I think if we didn't get started till an hour later, we're a little bit into lunch. Of course, we were so late getting to lunch hour yesterday in terms of the midpoint of the training. I know it wasn't really lunchtime for you. But I think since it's a good place to put a bookmark in, let's go ahead and take our hour. We'll come back at 1:15 my time. And then that'll give us a good place to start fresh. And I'll set up the drawing that we're going to be using to look at those things, where all those things are pre-built. All right.
All righty.
Okie doke. I will at this point stop the share. Turn the recording back on, and we'll now continue on what we're doing. So we looked at the those existing conditions and how we had built everything that made our surface that we were able to look at. And so we'll turn next to doing our design conditions and seeing what went into that. We talked a little bit about that, how we talked about the pavement edge around the edge of the building being offset a little bit outside, and we set elevations based on these spots. And the building outlines we set to the finished floor elevations. And then we established all of that information here in our list of layers that contained the information that we wanted to use. Okay. You can see we've got the building. We have some 3D break lines, which basically help to control things like these contours as they go through these sharp nosed areas. They basically just define edges is what they're doing. Let's see if I've got that as a layer, that break line 3D. Okay, the inquiry into this layer inspector. Let's see what we might have. Yeah, okay. So that was a break line. All right, so this line right here, you can see, let me freeze off this hatch a minute. So I put in this line, this edge, and if you see what it does is it walks down the edges of these contours and connects where those little bends are. We already have one here that connects all of these bends on this side. So we started this because it looks like from the shape of the contours, what they're trying to do is to develop a little flattened, I don't know if it's a walkway there maybe, or just a flat area up off the curb of this paving before it then goes and ties into the existing ground or into the retaining wall. So we used those things here to develop a surface, and I'm going to set that back to layers for this source here. Whereas existing, we've already done all that and it's pretty static. So I'm going to leave it set to file. So if you'll do this, if you will open up GP Guardian Storage.dwg, may have it already open. And then let's go to takeoff and define the layer, surface, materials, and subgrades. Then on the existing tab, down here to change this to file, and then choose this button to select file. Then in your working folder, you should see this file called eg.10, existing grade.10. Open that. Okay, you get that part okay?
Yes.
All right, then go to your design tab. And do you have these layers showing? Does your list of layers match mine?
Yep.
Okay. And down here where it says select source, now, right now it had been set to file. Go ahead and pull that down. Let's change it back to layers so you can see what happens with it. And so what this means I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, just saying, okay, mine looks good.
Okay. So what we're saying is here under existing, when we go to the command to make existing surface, it's going to just read this file. When we go to design, say make design surface, it's going to read these layers and it's going to build that surface for us as we go. Okay. And these are all the things that define the top of that surface. Now, we talked about some subgrades and some topsoil stripping and replacement, that sort of stuff. And here's where this comes into play. It's going to build a surface of the same name as the drawing name. So we're going to see some surfaces called GP-Guardian Storage. And then it's going to have those prefixes that you saw in that configuration. And we'll look at those here in just a minute. So I'm going to say save and exit. And you'll see the colors change and some things will turn back on. And that's okay. Leave it like it is. And I'm going to make sure that my existing is turned on, and you won't see probably anything happen because there's no existing drawing elements in this file. That was back in our other file that we use for existing conditions. I'm going to go over here to my display options on this toolbar, the far right one. And I'm going to turn on any existing drawing entities. You won't see any. I'll turn on my design drawing entities. These others are unchecked, and I'm going to turn on other. And then I'm going to say, okay. Now everything should be shown. I'm going to zoom out. I'm going to drag a window around everything. And once it selects, I'm going to go over to my properties and I'm going to set my color to be by layer. And that's going to put them back in the layers that match, or in the colors that match the layers they're assigned to, instead of green and blue and gray. Okay, I'm just doing that because I'm through really needing to make that distinction. And also, one thing that you might want to do to keep from having to constantly change those colors is once you're through using the color designation that helps you set the elevations and such like that, go back up to settings, Carlson configure is the third one down, and the bottom left button, take off site next settings, and uncheck this automatic update colors and uncheck assign colors by target. And you could uncheck assign colors by elevation as well if you want. And then just say, okay, and exit. So now when we go into this, make any changes, save and exit, the colors won't change. Okay. So now let's see how we're going to use some areas that we need to define. First of all, there's a little, let's see if we have it here. The very first item in our takeoff menu is called a project checklist. If you go ahead and choose that, let's see what it tells us that we have done. It says we need to define the layer, target, materials, subgrade. It says missing, but we had that. That was this business up here. It says it's missing because our existing does not point to layers. It's pointing to a file. So if it says layers, that will say done. Set boundary polyline, it's done because it was already done in this file. I'll show you where that is in a minute. Make existing ground needs to be updated. Make design surface needs to be updated. And then calculate total volumes is missing. So this tells you the order in which you need to do the work. You're going to define the materials. Then you're going to set a boundary around your work. You have to do that or the commands won't work. That was like what we did under existing, where we did the shrink wrap. Okay. And this is just a little checklist that kind of helps you find out what you might need to go back and finish. Now, excuse me, excuse me, let's go to takeoff and look at boundary polyline. And normally you would set the boundary polyline, and that's where you have already drawn it and you need to tell it which one it is. And then you could have some exclusion polylines, like if you've got areas that you're not working in, you could bound those areas and it won't do the calculations within those areas. We don't have any. But since we have it already drawn, let's go ahead and highlight the boundary area. And you'll see that it selects this drawn outline, which was from our site plan. Basically everything that surrounded these hatches, that little overlay, this paved area, all the way up to the extents of the grading, the new contours where the grading tied back into the existing ground. That's the area in which we're concerning our calculations. It's this area here, and you can see it follows, where the contours tie into the ground, and then includes everything within the inside. Now, so that being done, you can also, in case you're wondering, now that's still highlighted. If you just do a redraw or a regeneration, if you do REA to regen all, that will change that highlight back. Okay, so now you can also, under that boundary, you can hatch the boundary area. You give it a pattern and a color and say, okay, and it just shows you, okay, that's what you declared as your boundary. Just a visual way to do it. You can select it and delete it, or you can go to the command boundary polyline, erase boundary hatch, and it takes it out. Okay. So once you have declared that as a boundary, you basically draw a polyline by any means you want. And then you would go to boundary polyline, set boundary polyline, and ask you to pick it. So you would select that, and that sets it. Okay. Now, areas of interest. These are things that you might want to draw little, if you're doing the work in phases, for instance. Here's one that's already been drawn, say this proposed building. If I click on this inside line here, let me see if I click on that blue line there. Now I'm going to just copy it over here. I'll start to copy. You see, that's the outline of that first floor building. Okay. So let's make two areas of interest. We'll call one first floor, and then we'll call the other one second and third floor. The polylines are all drawn. I'm going to make sure they're closed. So I'm going to select the first one and look over my properties and say, yes, it's closed. I'll select the second one. Look in the properties. Yes, it's closed as well. So let's make our areas of interest. So we'll go to areas of interest. We're going to tag an area of interest. And it says, first of all, select the interest. Select the area of interest inclusion polyline or inclusion perimeter polylines. Select entities. So I'm going to select just that one. Now you can select more than one. at a time and just call that one common area of interest. But for now, we'll just use these ones. So I'm going to select that one. And it wants to know a name. The area name, by default, it says area 1. We're going to call it first floor only. And then it asks, do we want to set any exclusion parameters? So if we had, something inside that we did not want to accumulate materials and quantities for, we could say yes and set those up as separate. We're going to say no for that. And now we're going to repeat the last command. I'm just going to press the up arrow key. And you see the command that ran was called tag AOI. Oh, hit enter. It asked me the same prompt. So I'm going to come back and select this second one now. Hit enter. And, oops, sorry. I'm going to try that again. I hit enter too many times. Select here. Hit enter. And now it wants to know, what do I want to name that? Well, this one I'm going to call second and third floor. No exclusions. Now, I've managed to actually have 3 here. Let's see, I'm going to need to probably, let's report the area of interest areas. Okay, no, so it overwrote. I was afraid it kept the other one, but so now I've got these 2 areas of interest, and you can see it computes their square footage. Shows you where the starting point is. And so now we've done those. And again, like we did for the boundary polyline, we can highlight, hatch. If we do areas of interest, let's say different colors for each area. We'll say, okay. So there now are our 2 areas of interest. We can label them. It's asking for a text size. I'm just going to take the default. Label the area size, yes. No for the volume. And so now you see it has labeled the areas of interest. I didn't see exactly. I'll show you here in a second. Let's go back and erase the hatch. And you see that right there. So the second and third floor, it points up to that line. And then this line here is the square footage. It's right over top of that point, so you sort of messed up. Now, if we go to see the upper one, right here it is, first floor only, and that's its area. Likewise, you can erase area of interest labels. Obviously, you can just select those things and hit the delete key, and that will erase them as well. It's just a piece of text and a little line. But that helps you see what it is you're working with. Now, so we've defined a couple of areas of interest. We've got any subgrade areas, and if we hatch some subgrade areas, you see these identified areas? Well, they came from this when we defined some of these things, like the proposed building. Breakline 3D is not a closed polyline. We're not using that for anything, but the concrete truck dock, UP overlay, UP proposed, and that overlay is up here. And then the sidewalk, these all have defines subgrades, and we can find out what those are by looking at this proposed edge of pavement, and that's that outside edge of pavement, and it goes until it hits another defined area like a building or a sidewalk. So everything that it, just like those outside island detection hatches, will be under that edge of pavement. If I edit that layer, here's those different materials. Again, you could give it costs. I have no idea. Like, I don't even know how you price asphalt. Is it by the yard, by the ton? Do you have any idea? Tyler? Tyler, you still with me? Tyler?
Yeah.
Okay, I was hold on a second. Excuse me. All right, I'm so sorry. All right, we were talking about this subgrade hatching, these subgrade areas. And those subgrade areas were where we defined them up here. So we've got like this building proposed. And if I edit that material, that layer, that's a material name called building slab. And it consists of a concrete slab and two-way stone. Now, I have no idea what these costs may be, or even how you price it. Like, how do you price a concrete slab? Is it by the cubic yard of concrete?
Cubic yard.
And do you have any idea what it costs a cubic yard?
I'm not too sure. It varies.
I mean, none of this
Yeah,
matters. It's not going to give us a wrong answer. It's just going to give us a cost. So, I mean, is it like $1 a yard or $25 a yard or 100? I don't have any idea.
We could say $7.
All right, so $7. And we'll say per cubic yard. Would that be right?
Yeah, we could use that.
All right. And then our stone would be probably by the ton. And I don't know, $25 a ton. And we'll just say it is. And I'm going to put in a density. I have to put this density of 120 pounds per cubic foot. Now notice there are set buttons over here on the side. So if I say set, this lets me build a library of different materials like concrete slab, 2A stones and all that I can create these values and store them to be able to use them and look them up later. But we haven't put any in yet at this point. Now, I don't need a density up here because it's not based on weight. So I'm going to say that's okay. And that was called our building slab. Now let's look at our proposed concrete. This will be like the sidewalk areas. So these are concrete pads. It's going to be this color in our view. We'll see that later. Material type is it's an area. And it's going to consist of concrete, 6 inches of concrete, 6 inches of stone. Now the stone we said was $25 a ton. at 120. I think, yeah, see, now I'm starting to pick these up so I can go back and use that again. All right.
Okay.
So that now our concrete, our 2A concrete is a different type of concrete. And we said that would, let's say maybe we'll make that one $5.50 a yard. And we say okay to that. Now let's look at our sidewalk. Now here's just plain concrete, which I think we used. We had a pad, a slab. There's a concrete pad, so we need to define that one. Let's say this one is our, let's say it's the same material as that, concrete AA. Now let's call this one, we'll call this one SW for the sidewalk, and we'll say that was, say, $6 a yard. So once we say okay, every time we make a new one, it goes into our entry. Now under sidewalk, well, there's our sidewalk, but we just looked at that one. Oh, let me see, sidewalk. So here this 2A, now see, there's no cost over here, but it's like 2A stone. So if I say set, there's my 2A stone, I'll select that, and it fills, well, it didn't fill it out. It said $25 a ton. I think it's 20. Maybe I have to save this first. Let me see if that did it. There's my, oh yeah, see, my building slab is not defined. My concrete is, my concrete AA. There's a 4-inch concrete. Okay, so yeah, I had to have hit okay to make that stick. So let's see. That part's okay. We're going to propose, we've got a concrete slab and 2A stone. The 2A stone is this one. There puts in the 25 and the density. Okay, so that's working there now. All right, so let's see our asphalt overlay. We had the wearing course. I don't know, let's call that $15 a square yard. All right, now, and you don't need to put prices in for these. It doesn't matter. It's just going to help us in our reports. Okay. So anyway, once we've set up these materials, let's see, what's my proposed building? I've got a 4-inch slab. Let's make that an 8-inch slab. And let's put 12 inches of stone under it. Say okay, we'll save, and we'll exit. And now you can, just like you've done before with these areas of interest, we've got subgrades now where we can hatch subgrade areas, and we can do, you know, all of them or just draw one at a time. If we draw them all, now it tells me there are some polylines that aren't closed on this layer called proposed concrete. That's okay. You know, they could have some, but it uses the ones that are closed. Same thing for the truck dock. Now, so it filled in everything, all the same color. So what would have been nice, let's erase those for now. If we enhance the subgrade areas, if we do the slab, oh, I see, let's see if we can edit those here. So we'll make the building slab blue. We'll make the concrete pads this sort of tan color. Now let's make it grayish. Our truck dock. We'll make that darker. Here, overlay pavement. We'll make this darker gray. Or heavy duty asphalt. We'll make that as light blue. And our 4-inch concrete, we'll make it this magenta color. And then we draw them all, let it go through. So you can see this is the truck dock, which has a certain subgrade defined under it. These are those unclosed polylines that represented the steps. This is our heavy duty asphalt. These are our concrete pads. These are our buildings. These are our 4-inch concrete. Up here then is the asphalt overlay and that 6-inch concrete sidewalk. Okay, so it's just a means of helping you identify what you've got. You may also, like what I did in this project, I had to prepare reports that outlined all these areas and labeled them and showed them to the client. So that's the way you would use those. And we can just erase them. You can report them if you wish. And it shows you all the different items that it's found. And of course, you wouldn't worry about these not closed ones. You can also export all that to a spreadsheet if you wanted. So let's see, let's draw the subhatch legend. Let's put it over here. And so that creates a legend like that. So let's erase the hatches. And I don't know that we had any erase legend. We didn't, so I'm just going to select those and delete them. Okay, so just some means of sort of helping you to organize where you're working, what areas you're working on. Remember, we had the areas of interest. Now we've got some topsoil removal and replacement. Now, to show you where that came from, I loaded up this drawing here called E.DWG. And this, you remember the existing buildings and pavement and that parking lot in the back?
Yeah.
All right, so that was all of that. And in fact, let me turn the layers on back on. See, that's the existing areas. But this dark or the heavier green outline, that's everything that surrounds my proposed work that you saw over here, the same thing here, right? And so within that, I don't have topsoil in here or in this area where this was, again, a paved area. And this building, paved area, this building over here. So none of those areas had any topsoil to remove. So I went through and identified those boundaries, and I had to create this boundary around the edges. So I just copied, pieces of it, did a join there, so made it a closed polyline. And that's now my area of topsoil stripping. Okay? And all you're defining here with this is the footprint of the area that you're going to strip topsoil from. Now, the way it calculates and removes it from the surface is with this. We're going to define the topsoil depths. And we're going to either enter a depth or you can remove a top strata if you've got the geology module. But we're going to say, let's say that we're going to remove, and this is in units of feet, So let's say we're going to remove the first, 12 inches of topsoil. I know that's a little much, but I want you to be able to see the areas where we look at the surfaces. So we're going to take a foot of topsoil away. Then we need to tell it, all right, when you put topsoil back on your surface, how much room, how much topsoil are you going to put down? Well, let's put down 8 inches. So that would be what? 2/3 of a foot. And then you could also put in shrink and swell factors for the soil and all that, and get the density of the soil. And then the topsoil offset method. We'll see if there's a drawing of it in here. I don't think so. No. You can see it's going to measure a foot down, 8 inches up vertically or perpendicular to the surface. So if you're on a real steep sloped bank, you want, 8 inches of topsoil measured perpendicular to that bank or just 8 inches vertically. And it doesn't make a great deal of difference, but it gives you the choice. So we'll say, okay, we've now defined how we're going to handle the topsoil. And again, you can report them, label them, you can identify the polylines. You can hatch the removal area, in which case we'll put that one in. That's that same area that you just saw. Now it erased that previous one, so I'm going to undo that just to put it back like that was. And then let's hatch the replacement area. Let's see, hatch the topsoil removal. Hatch the topsoil replacement area. I'm not sure I've defined it here. Nope, I haven't defined it yet. This one. Now, where that is defined is probably in this file. Let me take a look. If I report removal and inclusion, there's 1/2 foot and 4 inches. All right, so let's see if I could find that. I want to hatch the replacement area. I'm going to so that's the areas that would be replaced. We had that somewhere else. Bear with me a quick second. Let me see if I can find that. So that was in. So maybe. No. Take a look. Okay, that's the area. So if I select, there we go. All right, so what I did for the topsoil replacement was, you saw how we did this stripping. We took areas where we know there's soil that's coming off, and then we go back and we look at the design elements, and this is the outside of that new paving area. These are the landscape areas, and then everything else we're going to put topsoil back from where we've stripped it. Okay, because this represents areas that we graded. We're going to need to put topsoil back on there so that we can do our plantings. And so I've got a closed polyline here. I've got a closed polyline here. And again, for each one of those, there's one, and here's one, like that's a closed polyline. And also, so is this. So just like the hatching, and you can see it's done the hatching right here, and it did that island detection. So it went, it took this outside edge, and then it looked inside of it, and there's nothing. Well, yeah, there's that wall. So there's no topsoil going back where that wall is. And then inside this one, see, it started on here and it went to the inside. It found one completely contained inside it, so it turned it off. And these are those little planter boxes where you might put mulch or whatever else. I don't know what the reason was to separate it, but that is how we define that now. That layer, it's got topsoil replacement. I think this hatch is the hatching. So we want to take that. Let's see, were we working? Let me see. This one. This one. It was this one. Yeah, there's our costs. To a stone. Well, it doesn't keep that when I switch drawings. Let's see, 25. That's a ton. Oops. 120. Okay, save, exit. Back again. Update with advisement, yes. All right, now let's see what we got. We've got those. We've got those. We've got those. Those. Yeah, it looks like it's got everything there now. So that came out of our library that we set from our materials and our costs. So that library is sort of self-creating, but you can also come down here to our takeoff material quantities. Excuse me, you can define excuse me, you can define that library. You can define a materials library and put in your different materials that you might want to add, edit. These that you can then look up. Pads. Let's see. Slab. Okay, yeah, we'll change that to concrete SW. So that's just a way that you can help to define the materials and the costs that you can use, and that lets you build that library independently of, as you create them, it builds it for you as you go along. All right, so we're now ready to compute our volumes. We're going to do, basically the step. If we go back and look at our checklist, define layer, target, subgrade. Now remember, that's missing because we've set it existing to be a file. So that's why that comes up that way. It shouldn't say that. We've actually done all that. We've set the boundary polyline, but now we need to make the existing ground and the design surface. Now the existing ground we've already made into that separate file. We give it a specific name. When we choose make existing ground, though, it's going to make a series of 3 files by reading that file and applying the topsoil stripping and any subzones that we had originally. And if you recall from this drawing, what I had done in this one, I had this building and this building, and I put in a slab and a stone subgrade under those because my existing ground is not just down to where that is. If I were to slice that off at the ground, I have to go down and dig out that material that's underneath it to get down to that existing ground. So that accommodated all of that stuff, but it's embedded now in that file. So that would show up. Now to see what these files are, go back to settings, Carlson configure, and our takeoff sitenet settings. These are those extensions, and those are going to be placed after the file name. The file name that it's going to create is going to always be the same as your drawing file name. So EC Guardian Storage -OG, that's the original ground. Then after the subgrade zones, that's this business where the buildings were taken out. And that's the ZE, the zone existing. And then after you take out the topsoil stripping, it becomes the EX. So that's your basic stripped down version of your existing ground. Same thing for design. Everything at the top surface, all the contours, the edges of the building, the parking lot, all of that's going to define that. And that's going to be your base, your BS base surface. Your subgrade zones, all the building. Let me go back here a second to this drawing. And then show you that Carlson configure. So now this is going to be your base design surface, which is just the top surface. And that's the surface from which you would do all your dial downs if you were going to do it that way. But because we've assigned subgrades to these different areas, then it's going to make a surface called ZN. So if we wanted to grade down to the bottom of the subgrades, that would be the surface we load on our equipment and have it grade down. And then after that's done and your buildings put in your concrete slabs and all that, it then takes the areas where we said we're going to replace topsoil and it adjusts it by that amount there. That's our topsoil replacement. Okay. So what happens then when we choose these two commands, make existing, make design, is it reads that base information, goes back up here and grabs these and subtracts them, our topsoil replacement or stripping, and adjusts them accordingly. And so it makes those three different existing surfaces and three different design surfaces. Now, before we do that, I'll show you what we have, what was left over from the first time I did the work. And I'm going to go to my view menu, my 3D viewer, surface file viewer. And you'll notice there are some things here called GP Guardian. There's that BS, EX, FN, OG, ZE, and ZN. So the OG, if I look at that, I'll double click that, load it up in my viewer. This is the original existing ground that was defined basically by the contours and the edges of the parking lot, things that had elevation on them, so you can see, you know, the basic shape. Now, this particular curb, when I did it that first time, I defined those as wedge curbs instead of that 3D step curb. So, but you can see the little concrete trench that drains around to the side over here. Okay, so that is the basic existing grade. I'm going to choose the surface file viewer from my surface toolbar now, the same command. And let's look at the other one. Well, that was the OG. Now, if we look at the ZE, this is the subgrade zones on the existing ground. And when I look at that, you're not, you would, what you would normally see is you would see where this building is with the subgrade zones underneath those buildings would have been defined within those areas. Let me see why it's not showing up there. Let's see. So the original grounds there, and now this is the, so there's existing. This is after everything has been applied. Still. Oh, okay, this is, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong thing. If I look at the, yeah, here we go. This is one of the early passes when I was doing this work. And you can see how I took that existing building, and there's one over here and this one here. And I applied a subgrade material for all that. So when we tear the building down, we took those, the pad and stone out from under the building. And then that's what we're left with as our existing ground. Okay, and should have probably also done the same for the asphalt areas. So we didn't do that part. But in any case, we now have on our existing ground, we have the file that we've modified with a little more refinement based on this. Remember, from our definition under existing, we're using a file, this one called EG.10. Design is going to be layers based. It's going to apply all these and build it on the fly. Okay. So now that we have those 6 surfaces to work with, we need to build these 2 things right here so that we can look at those surfaces and see them in comparison to themselves. So let's look at the make existing ground surface first. And I run that command and it doesn't do anything up here, but it tells me down here, apply the topsoil removal of 1/2 foot from defined topsoil depth. Actually, I need to redefine that. Topsoil. Okay. We're going to strip 1 foot and we're going to replace 8 inches. We'll say, okay. I think I was in this other file when we were doing that the last time. That's what it is. So now I'm going to make existing ground surface again, and you can see, okay, I applied the removal of 1 foot from the topsoil depth. It's done. Now, what do we have in terms of surfaces? Remember, we're looking for files that start with GP-Guardian Storage. So if I view my GP Guardian Storage OG, that's the original ground. Okay. And if I repeat that and look at GP Guardian Storage ZE, that would be my subzones, which I don't define, but this EX is the final after the topsoil has been stripped. So now you can see this little edge right here. See it? That's where that foot of topsoil has been taken out all the way around. It goes, you know, this backside all the way down around this front edge, and then it comes up and comes around the pavement. We didn't strip it in here where the building was. Same thing up here. We stripped it in here, but not where the parking lot is. That's why there's, see this little depth that you're looking at here?
Yeah.
That's the stripped out areas of the topsoil. Okay, let's go next to our takeoff menu. Let's make the design surface. And it found some errors. Discarded the perimeter polyline because it was not closed. Don't understand that. Something's not closed. Let's see. That's closed. That's okay. Let's see where our errors are. Well, I've got a crossing break line of 10 feet. Whoa. Okay, so that tells me I've got a problem there. We'll look at that in a minute. 4 feet crossing. Excuse me. And that's where this line hits that retaining wall. And I've got some vertical edges. Here's one that's almost 2 feet. Again, right there at that retaining wall. All right, so let's take a look at those surfaces and see what is causing that. We'll look first at the base. And now remember, these contours that you see in here now are generated by that process. These are not the drawn contours. So I can see right here, this outline is probably what was not closed, which is why it did that. I've also got apparently, see that retaining wall goes down here, it drops, comes down here and comes down, and it incorporates this, but it also leaves part of, you know, this deep hole down in the side here. So we would have to resolve some of those things. Now probably what's going on with that are some stray things on those layers. There's a, looks like right in here. You can see this little sliver right up here. There's probably something sitting up here that shouldn't be there. So we're going to use this to sort of help us fine tune what we're working with. So the first thing we want to do is take a look at that outline. That's my edge of pavement. It is closed. It's all the way around. It's a 3D. Let me take a look at it real quick, see if there's any problems with it. I don't see any issues there, so that part's okay. But I've got these areas here. Topsoil replacement. That's right. There's my concrete freeze. Take a look at my definitions. Probably I need to add that to my design. Concrete freeze. Subgrade here. This is going to be concrete pads. Let's just say there's 4 inches of concrete. Make sure you remember to switch to inches if that's what you're using. Set. I don't have it in pads. This thing. Okay, so concrete. Oh, let's see. We'll call that one 750. And then we had something over here in this area. Let's see if we can see it in your 3D viewer. Let's see, maybe one of those contour lines overshot the edge a little bit. That's what I'm thinking. That hit that wall, that's okay. That's okay. This one. And that ends on that concrete. That should be fine, but this happens to be an elevation of 1118. This one happens to be on 0. Eleven 1722. Probably, let me see. Let's close this. Something about those contour lines. causing an issue. Let's see, we had another area in here that was like 10 feet difference in height. So 10 feet. See. Some more developments. There. That's topsoil replacement. It's a 3D poly. Topsoil replacement. So topsoil replacement. I'm going to isolate this topsoil replacement layer. What do I have? I've got, this thing should be 2D. So I'm going to go edit. It's 3D to 2D, inner elevation of 0. Select those areas. Go back to plane view. Restore my layers. And now, let's go back to takeoff. Oops. First, and isolate that again. I want to make sure all of these areas are closed. So I'm going to go to my edit menu and I've got a polyline utilities. And I've got a check polylines. I'm going to highlight any unclosed polylines. Select the polylines to check. I'll select those. And it says they're all closed. Okay, so that's good. Now I'll restore. Now I'll go back to takeoff and make my design surface again and see what kind of errors I can fix this time. Discarded perimeter polyline. Find right. I'm going to jot down that coordinate. I'll show you how we're going to find that. 562.20, comma 1013.1. Another one, 546.77, 16.7. 76, 546, 75. 706.81. All right, so I've got some unclosed polylines. I'm going to come back to this later. I'll exit this. I'll show you how we fix that. I'm going to draw a 2D polyline. I'm just going to, excuse me, I'll put a layer 0. Use color red. I'll make it a width of, say, 2 feet. Now let's make it 1 foot. I'll say okay, and now it wants me to pick a point or a point number, so I don't know what, I can't pick it. I'm just going to type the coordinate 562.2, comma 1013. Point 10, I think is what it says. So it started up here. Okay. And then it's going to go to 546.7, 716, 75 is where another one starts, which is right there, probably that loop. 546.75, comma 706.81. Okay, so what we've done here is we've drawn a line from the start of the 3 unclosed polylines that it found. This edge itself doesn't mean anything other than it finds an unclosed polyline right here. And it's probably, that one's closed. That one's not closed, of course. Let's see what else is underneath that. So if I select this and drag it off, that's on concrete proposed and it's not closed. All right, so that shouldn't be a problem unless so that one is closed. That wraps all the way around. That's for sidewalk. All right, so this concrete proposed is nothing more than an edge. And it doesn't matter because the sidewalk encompasses everything there. So that part's okay. So I'm going to now select this and get rid of that vertex. And then find this business down here. So I go from here to here. I can just delete that now. It's one of these 2 things here probably. It's concrete truck dock. That one is closed, so that will take care of that. The other line is my edge of pavement, that is closed. If I cross that, I see I've got 3. So there's something underneath this. I'm going to select one, send it to the back, and see if. See, there's 1 there. There's 2 there. So if I send this one to the back, there is one called C000000 black. That came from that original, right there it is. That came from that original what you call it, the original PDF file. And I don't even need that one. That's just sort of leftover stray. So I'm going to select it and get rid of it. And I'll go back one more time now to make my design surface. And now we're still going to get that unclosed polyline up there. That's fine. And that one, 546, 77, 16, 75. It's also one. Still fine. Still finding something. Let's see. Fine. Polylines are all closed. Polylines are closed. Still find something. That's my cut off. That should be okay. It should be a 3D line from there to there. So look at that rolled up. There we go. So if I draw a 3D polyline, I want to check use current, and I will pick where I want it to go. I'll pick that. So, okay. End point there to the end point. Settings are okay. Point. Okay. That'll help. Plan view and student layers. So now when it finds those being unclosed, that's okay. It's going to use them to define the surface, but it's not going to use it to define subgrades. That's why it's going to be a complaint about it. Okay, so now we got to take care of these. I've still got this crossing break line of 10 feet. I swear I do not see 10 feet. This comes in. Proposed curves. And that goes up, that is 111450. This is 111450. See that. Show something here. Gonna break off. See what that does for us. If that wasn't that one, somewhere in there. The 3D polyline is supposed to be 10 feet out of whack. Let's see it. Doing a polyline editor, and let's see if I can spot it in that. One of four. Control points. Everything around it looks fine. I'll select everything there. What do I get? Two polylines and two 3D polylines. It's a polyline elevation 0. Got two there, I've got two there. And it's a polyline elevation 0. Elevation 0, I'll send it to the back. Select that, it's a polyline elevation 1114.5. That's all well and good. See topo 10 in. That I think, yep, that's one of those leftovers. See topo 10 in. It doesn't hurt anything. There's an elevation of 0. It should be C topo 10. It's other, so that's, I don't see that. I can't find that problem. So there's 9.5 feet of difference. 8.5 feet of difference. And I don't see that. It's saying there's a crossing. So these guys crossing are probably causing a problem. So if I move let's break. Fix that. Look at these two together. So that could be the issue. So let's isolate this, this, and these two. And those. Elevations. I'm going to set these to be flat elevations at those contours. So I'm going to go to Edit, 3D to 2D, and this time instead of entering an elevation, I'm going to type S to select. And I'm going to select this line to set the elevation. And now I'm going to set that as the thing to change. And there's another one over here. So those two are done. I'll repeat. Say, take the 22. And change this one and this one. Repeat. 18. Select this one. Take it one more time. This. This one. I'm going to set to 116. So I'll repeat one more time. This time I'm going to enter 1116. Set that. Store. Some of these vertical edges now. It's going to be, I think, for the moment. Let's try it one more time now. Design surface. Still have that 10 feet. I do not see it. Let's take a look at the surfaces and see what they look like. All right, GP Guardian Storage base. It's still. So that edge. It's like that inside edge is missing. Uh, see. See, right there's where it had that 10 foot of difference. So it's finding something there. And I cannot, for the life of me, find what it is. I'll set those boxes down. Those are okay. I've got another spot here. Hmm. Something. What is up there? Let's take a look at these individually. Building FG, future grade. So I'm going to go to here, set this current, select all, and one item polyline elevation 0. Yeah, let's do it this way. Okay. Capture that so I can do my layer walk. All right. Inquiry, layer inspector. Building proposed. Select. One building, the other building, that's all well and good. I don't see any straight points. Brick lane 3D, that we were with it before. Concrete freeze. Concrete proposed. So I've got 2 of those down at 0. Let's just set all of these at 0. All right. Truck dock. It's there. Frontal. Okay, now if I come back up here and look at my building proposed. I think that must be. That must be crossing. If that crosses over, that would give it. I don't know if it's 10 feet, though it's not. P. Actually, I think what we need to do is to have a line that runs up and connects those ends that's outside that edge, just like we had up here in the front. This part that goes around the outside edge. I think that's what we're missing. All right, then we got Scott Eo for the sidewalk. So we've got some things over here. Probably need to fix, yeah. Can you see that right? You see this red contour and this yellow contour and that yellow contour? It's coming down the slope, but the wall height is not high enough to catch that contour. So we need to up it a little bit. Or put an edge on that so that it contains that surface. So let's isolate the contours and this is elevation 1118. That's 111606. See, that should be 18. And if I look at site plan, it doesn't have it. I need to look at the grading plan. Top wall 1116, and then this looks like 1118 should be sitting right there on the top of that wall. So that should be at 18. What's this one? 1606. What? You know, so that was the problem with this wall, is that we set it on the existing ground. And then told it to tie in this 18. So I think what we need to do is raise this part of the wall up to 11, 11, 18 here in the back. That should fix it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put another point in here, just slightly back, and step it up so that our wall does a step up. I'll do that with this. So let's add a vertex. Let's put it slightly back here. Do the same thing here. Vertex. Now this one we're going to this guy. This edge. It's nearest. This guy to this nearest, so that I can put this back right on the seam. I look at that and edit this polyline. Here's my first vertex. I'm going to set its elevation to 18. And then actually I can do without that other one. I think if I just do this one. So let's actually see what that does. Looks like it work. Then I need to take this. I'm going to sit on this layer called 3D. Let's go away. It's still too hard. What's this? 11, 2. It's 11, 2. Okay, so let's go on the back side of the wall. Let's do this. Let's see. 11, 18. That's 11. This one. 16, so I can get rid of this. So that goes from 19 down. Down 11, 18. These guys up. And we're going to sit on break line 3D. And we're going to draw a 3D polyline using current. And we're going to make these endpoints. Let's change that layer definition so I can keep the colors straight. Do another 3D. Connect. These. Now let's see what that looks like. So this one didn't. It goes from here. Okay. Stripping. So replacement. And now it's proposed. I need to connect. Excuse me, I need to connect those areas. Slightly outside, so that should work fine. To here, to here, to here, to here, and to here, and then finally to here. That should take care of that edge. What's this? Let's put that one to D. Let's isolate this, and this. This, this. Same thing over here to here. To here. So, from here to here. And take all of these concrete proposed. And 17 times. So, isolate. If you did the 2D. Trying to fix the truck dock. And make that something. This needs to go from that. Do it. Yeah. So apologies for that little deep dive, but you should have seen some of the things that we've tried to put some limits on these things so those surfaces don't try to overshoot each other. So now if we try this, let's see what happens. We're still getting that 10 feet. I don't know where it's coming from. Wow, 11 and a half feet now. There's no way that should be causing a problem. And yet, look at the surface. Nice. Still got. Now we fixed the loading dock. But just messing here, we need another brake line back there. Which in here, we got all of these things where it's jumping up. It's as if there are points right here. There shouldn't be any. So it should look like this. Which one points? So that you just walk up that nice clean edge. Defined by that. There's a cross anywhere. Magenta should be always on the outside of the blue. Looks like it is. Man. Now, to show you what that should look like along those edges, all this other stuff will be a mess. We build a little temporary surface. Turn this. Let's call it test. Let's turn these. Turn this off. See, that's what that should look like right there. blowing up. I don't know why. Look at these items again. I've got building, Breakline 3D, proposed building is an area. This. I'm not sure that. Let me see. All right. Well, got rid of those other problems. We do cross the break line right there. Is the last little bit. So that should fix that one. Break that. Something on that. Let's see. Sure. I think I lost nothing in there. Okay. Surface. 9 closures, which is fine. And got 4 feet. And I'm crossing. This is that break line is crossing the wall. At some point. And you just do this. And then this. That one. 4 feet of difference in them. Right on the foot of that wall. And what we need to do is this. That's that vertical edge business. So I'm going to take that one. We need to fix this one as well. Yep. All right, so we'll just go down the wall. Break off all of these contours. As they hit. Let's see, that was 14, 14, 15, below. That's in third. Okay, on the wall at that point. We're going to move that. Let's just hook this guy back up to the contours. And the same thing here. All right. See what else we got. 2.2. Just put, something else. 3D poly. There's 2 3D polygons there. One is on an EOP prop. Send it to the back. The other one is on EOP overlay. It's closed. Okay. So what I'm gonna do with this one to get that one off and the other one vertically, I'm gonna just set it back on the inside a little bit with a 3D offset. By interval 0.01 and 0 inside. Now there we go. They're no longer on top of each other. Let's see what's vertical edges. So 30.01. So that needs to be 1130. So if I change that, so this- let's just do this. This one, so that should go down. There should be vertical edge. So we've got that is 1130. We've got two items there. So my drop. So let's look back. This is my increase. So that one needs to also go to there. There we go. Okay, now let's see what we get. We're still in these two intersections. T intersection. Still two there. Oh, yeah. When I offset that overlay, I didn't get rid of the original. There we go. Now let's try. Got rid of 11 those. Okay. Let's take this. The vertex. Right there. Vertex over here just so we can. Do is isolate these two layers and now we need to put a vertex there. So that one needs to go there. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 vertices to my line here. Take off that midpoint. Right now, this guy's going to go there. Vertex there. Vertex there. So this goes here. I need to add a vertex here. So just one. So take this and put it there. Make sure that we don't have any sitting at 0. That looks good. Restore layers. Surface. All right, so we've got these little bitty small misses along these edges. And it was probably a similar thing. Yep. So then I think if I just get rid of that should work. All right. So that. Zone surface. It's like another another case of one line superimposing another one. Let's see where this one goes. I could probably Well, let's see, Tyler. So close. Well, all right, Tyler, you still with me? All right, Tyler, you still with me?
Yes.
All right, I think I've managed to lock this thing up tighter than a drum. I can't seem to get it to come back. I was gonna, if you want to take about a 5 minutes or so mid-session break here, let me see if this will settle down and come back. I think about all that stuff we did and I didn't save any of it. So, I've got a fix for you though for when we come back. I can go back to the original files from the data set that had the surfaces built. But I wanted to show you some of the other evaluation tools and what we do with those.
Okay.
But I think I'm going to have to kill this session. But anyway, let's say at 3:45. That'll give us 3 minutes. We'll start, well, 3:45. Let's make it 3:50 my time. So at 10 till.
Okay.
We'll start back, and then if this is not settled down by then, I'll kill it and try to rebuild it, and we'll go from there. All right.
All right.
Okay, doke. Okay. All right, now let's see if we can. To do this. And we got that. And now we're going to need try this one more time. So fix there. So now I need to offset this 3D polyline by 0.02. Let's say this time. Back. Okay. Now we'll take exception of the truck dock. Excuse me. So like that. So I think that's going to be okay. Let's see what else we've got here. Put the crossings out of the way. See, fix that wall. See this vertical edge. Something there. So if we isolate this, and so is that my, no. Isolate this, this, and this. I'm going to change my brake line to the color. To make objects there. Current. Let's see, I'm going to offset that 3D. Same amount, so I take this edge. Interval. Oh, 0.2. Brake line. And use that to trim this. 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 And this. Vertex to every endpoint. Take that bend here. We'll add a vertex to here. And then finally, a vertex So, we'll tie this back to the front of the wall. We will remove that vertex, make sure it doesn't cross. This one we will so that this elevation is 11,973. 73, so we need to unlock that guy, number 6. Going to be unlocked. Number 5 will be unlocked. Number 4 will be unlocked. And so, okay, and let it save 10 file. Okay. That there. And then we need to do the same thing over. We can adjust 2D polygon from oops. Read. Offset that, standard offset. 2. Erase the original. Use it to trim. Okay. Okay. That guy. Break this. Here. And on this upper end. Here. And now we'll turn it into a 3D by screen entities. Using that, and that, and that. No. Okay. Restore. Save. Let's try it. Okay. Add some cement to the back. Those curves. Right. Those curves. Don't have anything defined with that one, so it doesn't need to stay closed. So I'm going to erase this segment, and then erase that. This needs to go. And that to go back. This needs to go to that. Okay. Same thing with the sidewalk. So that sidewalk needs to match the code. So that. Okay. All right, those are so tiny, I'm not going to fix them. And I think the same thing here. Yeah, that was the. 7, 7. All right, those things, Tyler, I think are small enough errors. We're gonna let those go. Let's take a look at what we have now with their surfaces.
Okay.
Here is the base surface. Oh, man, we still have that. And that, I think, was caused, I thought was caused by this having vertical, but it's not set accordingly. There's that. There's that. There's that. There's that. There's that, and there's that. Let me put this back on with this one. Yeah, it goes out of that problem. So, whoops, oh, man, sorry. I hit the wrong button. Now, off. And we need to isolate this, and this, but not this. This guy to the back. So I or 2D poly. Here to here. And from here offset those 0.02. Erase the original. Use them to trim. Or extend in this case. Those are all already off. Like a 3D poly. Let's make some currents. Let me see what we're looking like over here. So we just need to draw 3D polylines. Take it down to the. Oh, so let's just finish it. Unisolate my layers, save my work, build existing, and see what happens. Those are two little ones, three little ones. I think we're okay. I hope so. Let's take a look. That's better. Let's see. All right. Is what are these peaks? Excuse me, what are those peaks forming? So there's that wall. We raised it up that last time, but I didn't, that's the part that I lost. I lost the save on. I won't go back through all that. I just, you saw the process. And it's not really all that important for what we're doing, but I do want to get these lines here straightened out. There's that. We messed that up. No, that's correct. That's the edge of that wall. This over here shouldn't look like that. That should not be in there. Shouldn't step like that. All right. So let's see what we got. I isolate. Those curve. Tools and effects. Let's get those two while we're at it. Now, let's take a look at this. see if we can find what's causing it. I see it right now. See the green lines? That's what's causing it to jump up. So those green lines are on. Topsoil replacement. Just 3D. Let's make it 2D. So select similar. There we are. Draw 3D. So we'll edit 2D. Take P for previous. Restore. And restore. Save. Make. And these are those little tiny ones. That, and then finally, with their fingers crossed, we still have a problem. It's along that line, those lines. So that should not cause a problem at all. That's on layer 0. So this has to let's see, that is on some sort of placement. Should be okay. It's 0 elevation, right? Yep. Wow, I do not see what could cause those errors other than, I tell you something that might help if you densify these polylines. And densify this one. And these two. So We have a good thing to do. Okay, making sure. Those are fine. GP Garden Storage. Units. Yeah, that fixed a lot of it. It's over here. Still got a little bit in there, and so if we densify those a little bit further, so we can fix that one back there. Let's see. We add probably from there to zero. Let's do it 0. Right. And we'll go to here. Go to here. Okay. Go back to plan. To densify those again. Let's just see if it gets us where we need. Fix that one in that corner. We need to densify those just a little bit further. We could fix that. Which is somewhere in here. Nope, it's in here. It's there. It's here. So if we isolate the wall, and do upper. But that's going to give us a crossing there. Let's take it down to let's just do this. So that will fix that most likely. And isolate those guys again. Let's densify. All. Let's do over 2 feet. And this should, I hope, fix it all. Looks good in that corner. Looks good on the edges. Looks good coming down that edge. The only thing that we could fix is that wall right there. You saw how we did it. I'm not going to take the time to do it right now, though. But that's our base surface. And we look at the surface with the subgrades applied. And now you can see, maybe just to respond, see how it's the back of the building there. Take the subgrades out onto the pavements. So a couple of boxes in there. Let me see. There's another piece of sidewalk. The building is not. There's that concrete pad in the back. So that's where it's building that pad for the dumpster or the transformer, whatever it is. There's a fine. There's my building. 20-inch drop in the building. Oh, I know why. Remember in this one, If we look at the thing with the subzones, it's ZN. It's the subgrade zones. Notice up here, it doesn't look very deep. You see it is deep somewhat. You can see a little bit. The reason for that is that it goes down a certain depth, but notice the paving out here also has a depth to it. So that's taken down, that's taken down. We can build this pad up in the building, and then the pavement gets built up with this, which was my, see, I've got a 12-inch concrete post, so 20 inches on the building. And then for the heavy duty pavement, I've got 13.5 inches. So that's why it looks so little. It was actually correct. Now, to get a sense now of what these 3 different types of surfaces are in our excavation, we've got a tool that we can use called Quick Profile. And this Quick Profile lets me just pick some points. I can either pick a point, or I can use a center line or a polyline that I've drawn. Let's just take a point and go across, say from here, across all the way over to there. And we'll enter to finish. And we're going to see a bunch of things in here. Now, we unfortunately can't resize this window very well. You can just scroll it with the mouse. And as you're up here, you put the mouse up here and scroll in and out. So if I'm going to scroll in over here, then I'll come back down here to my profile view. And I can go with, say, a one-time exaggeration. This is what it looks like in real scale, or a 2-time vertical exaggeration, or you could just say fit. But notice as I'm moving around over here, this tracker moves up here. So if I want to look right there, I'm on the edge of that curb. I come back up here to that little peak right here. I'm on, the top edge of the curb. Now, what do these colors mean? If you look over here, I've got different things that I can see. My original ground, if I turn that on and off, to turn off, so turn on, turn off. All right, so right in here, if I turn that original ground on, now it keeps resetting. So there's the original ground, this white line in the profile. But the dark or the green line that's underneath it, that is your topsoil removal. So if I turn that off, see that goes away. It's back on. Let me, I'm going to come up here and adjust the alignment so we're not spreading out so far. Let's just go across like that. Oops, I've lost it. And take it and come down to let's take it across to here. Let's make it square. Now, I'll put this down to a 1-to-1. So there you can see the different surfaces that I have. I don't have any adjusted subgrades, so I'm not going to see any difference there. But my final target is that red line. That's what I'm grading to as my finished surface. The yellow line would be my design surface. That's the top surface. The final target, that's my bottom of subgrade. That's what I have to excavate down to. At topsoil removal, you'll see the green line where I'm removing topsoil. And my original ground, of course, is the white line above it. So if I look in here, and if I have that, let's see, right here, right in there is where that topsoil removal line would be. All right, so from right there, and you see that green line, that was the edge of the topsoil removal.
Yeah.
Back to, spread this up, see, back to up this direction. We're removing topsoil all the way down to where we hit. That was the existing parking lot. So there's no topsoil removal shown in there. Okay, and then when we get back out to here, that's where we come back into the grassy area off of that paved area. And we've removed topsoil in that area as well until we get right there where that existing building was. Okay. So it's a good way to evaluate things, and you can look at just little areas. Let's see if I just look at that little piece right there, just across the two buildings. And then there I can roll this up a little bigger. There you can see from there's where I clicked the first time, and you can see all the different surfaces. So I've got some topsoil removal. You can see the subgrades under the building, and this nearly vertical rise right in there. That's that little gap between those two edges. You know, put it with no exaggeration. You see that's what it looks like. So go from this finished floor on the first floor up here to this finished floor on the second floor. Okay. So it's a nice way to help evaluate what you're looking at. I'm going to adjust this alignment. I'll pick it up and let me turn this. I'll move it over, say here, and I got to adjust alignment again to across the other ends. Now, there you can see those, excuse me, those planter boxes. You know, they're subgrid there. They're not planter, but they're marked as concrete boxes, and that's why it dropped them down that thickness. So that's the subgrade I've got to dig out. If you look right in here, you see see right there, I've got a concrete pad right in here.
Yep.
No pad in here. And then another pad right in here. And then of course, the yellow line, that's the top finished surface. And that would be what you would do the way you're normally doing your stuff now. You would have that surface, but you would have to be in these pad areas and do your dial down. Or, you know, you probably wouldn't for a pad, but for a parking lot, you know, you would do that. But as you can tell with this, you see, you're going to load that surface that has that final surface. So that final target is that red. It's not my design. It's the final target. That's the actual subgrade. That's where that's how far you dig down to start building your subgrade up. Okay. And then of course you got your final, or there's your design. See, I just came up that side and it's just walks up that edge, but I need to do that to see where I'm going to put in those subgrades. And those are the surfaces, and that's what you would use when you evaluate those. You would look at this one, FN, that's your final target. So that's after everything got built. The buildings, those pads in there. There's a little concrete pad in there as well. And then in here would be where your topsoil replacement gets put on. Same thing right up here. You see how there's a drop down. You're going to put topsoil back in there. Now I would look at this and say that I would need to fix this curve. I'm not going to take the time to do that right now for this exercise, but you can see some of the techniques that we would use. We define these things in 3D. We put them on certain layers. We build those surfaces, and then we evaluate it. We look at it in our viewer. We look at it with our quick profile. So now we've got some good sets of surfaces done. Remember again, in our Carlson configure, these are the surfaces. These are for the existing. These are for the design. So after the subgrades have been applied, that's what those zones would be. This is the actual base for any adjustment. And then this is after the subgrade and the topsoil replacement. So that's your actual final surface. And that makes me wonder something here. Did I put the topsoil depths? Removal, replacement. I don't think I have to put that in as negative. Let me see. So first, the value set for removal depth will be the defined amount from the existing ground surface. Calculated volume of topsoil removed will be included in the reports. Third, the value set for the replacement depth will be added below the finished ground surface model. And that's also reported. When they are defined, the volume reports include the quantities and additional cut and fill. So, yeah, so that's done correctly. I was wondering if I had to do one of them as negative, but I don't. And if I look at that final surface, so that's the topsoil replacement. Yeah, see that. Yeah, you would create the surface and then add the topsoil to it. So it's not showing you the top surface there. It's showing you what you would go down to before you put the topsoil back. this base surface should be, that one should show us. There you go. So you can see now this one has been, the topsoil has been added into those areas. And again, there's some little 3D break lines that I should probably take care of fixing in here. I'm not going to take the effort for now, because for now we've actually got it pretty tight. And the only thing that's left to do now is to run the reports. And we've got this reporting toolbar here, or you can take them from here where you calculate the volumes, materials, quantities, the cost summaries. You got some graphic reports, an image on these profiles of the surfaces in one step. So that's like a quick profile. I don't know, that might be the only thing it's doing. Yeah, that's just the same thing as running a quick profile. Okay, so let's do a couple of those. We go to take off and calculate our total volumes. And it says the existing surface source data or definitions have changed, update the existing surface model. It hasn't really, but even if we do, it'll just reread it. And no, we haven't changed those. So you can put in shrink and swell, choose your format, either the standard viewer, or let's use this expanded auto format. Let's see what it's going to look like here. Total on bottom, report tons, cut and fill. Yeah, let's not look at zones. Give a title, project name, etc. Say okay. So it's going to calculate that, and then it said the file volumes report.pdf couldn't be opened because you don't have permission to view it. Actually, I do. I've got a file of that same name. Let me try that. I'll rename that other one. All right, back to our total volumes. Let's look at the page settings. I'll use a PDF. Still probably give me. Where's it supposed to be going? No. There. No, I don't see. You won't have this problem on a Windows system. I used to not have the problem. I don't know where it's trying to write the file, so they don't have permission to open it. Oh, let me see something. If it's here. It should say volume. Well, let's take a look at it without the PDF viewer. Let's see, let's try this. Custom report manager. Let's see if that. Display that. Let's turn on advanced auto format and see if it tells you where that goes. Here's those. Yeah, there's those drawings I was telling you about, those vertical sides versus the layback. It doesn't say anything about this. What is this? What title? I don't see. The file volumes report.pdf couldn't be opened because you don't have permission to view it. To view or change permissions, select the item in the finder and choose file get info. I would do that if I knew where the heck it went. So let's see if we can find it. So there's the old one. Search and finder. No, it's going to take too long. Search. I don't I don't think it's generating it somewhere. There's some kind of a permission issue. Again, you won't have that problem. So let's just look at them with the report viewer instead of that. We'll just use the standard report viewer. But normally, so it's going to come up and bring our numbers up. So there's our project, tells the existing surface. Our final surface, remember that GP Guardian Storage -FN. So there's my topsoil, how much topsoil I'm taking away, how much I'm replacing. We've got a total cut and fill volume. Maximum shows you the location where that is. And then these down here are, I've got an average cut of 3. Well, you can read those as well as I can, but I need to take out 3,000 cubic yards. Now, if I wanted to try to balance my site, it tells me if I raise my site by about 1 foot, or every 1/10 of a foot, I'm going to reclaim this much cubic yards. So that would help me to balance it. If I needed to do that, I would come back in here and maybe change the finished floor elevations. You know, it's more than just taking that whole site and raising it up. Or you can actually in your surface tools is triangulation file utilities. And say if we load up that GP final, that was my excavated surface. And then if I go into this next area over here, and let's say I wanted to either offset, or if I can add a set value to that, so I could raise it up by that 0.9 feet and then build everything from that surface, and then that would be really close to a balanced condition. Okay, so you can do those. You can also do some interesting things with these as well. Right now, if you look at the existing ground, for instance, I've got just this EG. So there's my existing ground. I can go over to my model tab, and I'm going to add a surface to that. And I'm going to put that final surface in. So you can see that it gets superimposed over top of that. So you could see how that ties in to your existing ground. Now you can do a couple things with it here. Right now we're just viewing. And if I look at my surfaces, for instance, I'm going to take this existing ground, right click and choose edit surface properties. I'm going to set it to be semi-transparent. So now I can see through it and see where my graded ground ties into it. Okay. So how can we do that? If we wanted to produce a surface model that had everything, but we basically took a cookie cutter and cut out this design surface and put it in there. We go to our surface menu and we use these triangulation file utilities. Okay. And we're going to load a 10 file. This is going to be our base 10 file. This will be our existing ground. So I'm going to find that EG, load it in. I'll color it in so that you can see it sort of solid. I'm going to go over here to go next. And at this point, I'm going to merge a 10 into it. I'm going to have it do this inside, current, outside. You set them to different colors if you'd like. And the second file I'm going to put in there now is my final. This is the final excavated surface. And so it is now cut that into that existing ground. And there's your topsoil removal, for instance. Down in here, though, you can do now save as, and we'll just call this one combined. Save that file. I'll now exit that utilities, and I'll view that surface, which was combined. And let's go here and reset the opacity back. Now this was, remember when I did the merge and I set those colors, I set that to red for that part. So probably not a great color choice. I could have done that a little separately. Let's override from the file. color, see what that'll do for us. Yeah, it still doesn't do the merged part, so. Let's just apply. There you go. Give you some dirt. All right, so that's just a couple of extra tools that you could play around with these individual surfaces. You can merge some into the others. But one of the things that you might find that you're doing is, let's say you're working on an area and you've got, some paving over here, but over here you've got a pond you've got to cut out. Well, you could design that pond as a separate surface by itself and then merge it into this surface. And then that would give you a combined surface. You don't have to try to do it all at once. So a couple of more reports here now. If we go back to takeoff and look at our material quantities, here's our standard report. So by material, subtotal, and the quantities report tons and cost. Say okay. It's going to run the calculations again, and here's our report. Now it's telling me that I had some line work on these things that were defined as having depth to subgrade. That's all this part's telling me. And I can just delete those out if I don't want them in the report. But these are all there's my base course, my wearing course, those 4 different concrete definitions that I had. All the quantities here, the lengths, the areas, the volume, the tons, and here's my cost. And notice I didn't manage to get my cost saved in my definition for those 2 asphalts. But then that gives you a total cost of that project. Okay, so a nice little summary of that. And you can also do a custom report where you could add let's see. It's going to tell you all the things that you can report on, and then you're going to build the report item by item. And I'd say if the only thing you wanted maybe was how many concrete slabs you had. Let's see the cost. Yeah, but you could add, here's the cost for all of those little individual things that were defined. It tells me I've got 2 total concrete slabs. Those are the 2 buildings. There's my cost. Then the costs though are for everything, because I chose cost out of here. I didn't get every item. I just did the concrete slab. And you can tell it where it's going to go and build your report. You can exit that back if we do. Let's do a summary report, entire drawing. And let's just see if we can take material used, depth, volume, unit cost, tons. If we display that, there's our materials, the depths, the volume, unit cost in tons. Unit cost is summarized down here. This unit cost $25 a ton, 30.7 tons. There's my total cost. So you can see what we can do with those. And then you can also send that out to a spreadsheet. You could send it out to Excel. It finds Excel, loads it. Yeah. Some of Windows issues. All right, so here. So you can take this and do some further work on it. You can change these unit costs and have it, if your costs change, have it redo the math. Although when this exports, it's just putting text. You can see up here, there's no formulas that it puts out, but at least it puts it in here, and you know that this is equal to that times that. So you can set that up. So don't save that. You can also just look at it in a spreadsheet type view and then export, and you can export to these different formats. Okay, so there's a lot of options for you. Report viewer. Now this is that PDF, and we'll see if it's going to. It's HTML, and I've got only one page, but I can navigate through different pages if I had multiple pages. And now here is that report I was trying to get out earlier, this volumes report. And it, it's summarized. Here's my total site. I had some over excavation. I had phase 1, phase 2, those areas of interest. My topsoil removal, replacement, total cut and fill. It was just a summary report. We did not get the area of interest to stick. Let's see. Let's hatch area of interest. Yes, it's not set. So for that one we crashed last time. So if I tag the area of interest, I'm going to select this one. Call it first floor. No exclusions. Repeat the command. I'll call it second, third floors. All right, so now that we've set the areas of interest when we do our reports, look at our total volumes. I sure wish that it would. You see those two white areas light up? Yeah, see, it still gives me that. Just go standard view. I'll show you what those look like from when I did the job before. There's something in this version that's not letting me. All right, so now we've got things summarized by the area of interest. So within the first floor, there's this, and this, let me, there's my summary totals, cut and fill, next cut, et cetera, we get down here to the next one. Second and third floors, volumes for that. And then finally, the total site, summaries, cut and fill, et cetera. So all kinds of ways you can report on this stuff, generate spreadsheets, generate your numbers, take your surface. There's another question here. What kind of equipment do you use, Tyler? Are you on like TopCon or Trimble or what? Oh, Tyler. Tyler, you still with me? Hey, Tyler, you still with me? Hello, Tyler. All right. Tyler, you still there?
Yes.
Okay, so um, back when those reports do come out, okay, I've got one from the same job actually that I did for the client itself. Um, so show you some examples here, just my raw volumes. I came up with my total export volume, my quantities, like we've shown before, adjusted volumes, and that's if you have shrink and small factors and all that. It shows you cut in red, fill in blue. And then I just made these individual views and drawing outputs to show them. For instance, here's my totals, my topsoil stripping, my existing grade, my topsoil stripping, topsoil replacement. And then the different views of the surface. No subgrades. Here it is. I've got subgrades that applied by materials. So the buildings are blue, the concrete pads are tan, the sidewalk was that magenta colored. Just another view from the back side. So these were all, things that were produced for the client on that project. And those are just simple things like you can go to your layout tabs and create those drawing exports however you need to where you need to show that you won't have to do that. Your buildings, you don't have to generally worry about creating those, but you need to get those surfaces and things onto your equipment, and that's where you would do that from your surface import and export. And you could export Trimble or TopCon or a digital elevation model surfaces out to your controllers, or if you're using Carlson machine control, these outputs right here as well. Let's see, what else do we have? Take off. Cost summary report where you can define unit costs for these different items. Summarize that up. And obviously, it's not $1 a yard to do all this kind of stuff, I don't guess. But so again, those number of things that you can do with that whole process. Now, our surface, you got a couple of other little sort of specialized design things where you can do these, calculate stockpile volumes. You can design pads, like just a building pad by itself, when you define the cut and fill slope, side slopes, etc. You can look at how water runs on and off the site. You got some cut and fill volumes that you can look at, and utilities, and how it will draw the mapping. In fact, if we go over to our display now, and let's turn off our other, and let's look at our cut and fill color map. There's going to show you the relative amounts of cut and fill. The deeper the color, the more cut, red being cut and blue being fill. And then you can also generate that color map. Let's see, that's not what I was looking for. Generate cut and fill contours. You can do the labels for the amounts of cut and fill. You define how much it's going to be at that spot. So, and you define this interval. So here I'm going to have to fill 1.06 feet. Back in here, I've got the cut 3.83 feet. And so we take all of those, and that's all controlled by my display options here. Here's my labels, my color map. I can look at cut and fill contours. I can turn off so my design entities and just look at my other So there now are my cut and fill contours. That's -1, so I'm cutting a foot there. I'm cutting 2 feet here. There's my 0 line. It's my daylight. There's my daylight line. So there's my actual cut and fill contours. Just come back. Turn those back off. I'll put that back on, other on. And you can set the settings for those contours, design, existing, or cut and fill contour settings, where you assign layers, which will govern the colors, decide if you want to label them, yes or no, whatever contour interval. Cut and fill labels that you saw before, you specify